YouTube says that we're live. Hello everybody, welcome to the 25th of November. NaNoWriMo's November. Our NaNoWriMo, our November, whatever. I'm feeling tired. I'm feeling real tired right now. I just want to throw that out there, just so you guys know that it's not all fun and games, even though this has been very motivating, this NaNoWriMo live streaming. It all has been very fun, and I love interacting with you guys, new people finding me and everything. Right now, I'm actually feeling it, like it's a bit rough, I gotta say. But we're going to power through. We're going to, that's what this is all about, right? and can I just say something? I said yesterday that I wanted to figure out where I've miscounted, because our progress didn't line up with the markers for 27 and 28, and we're like, I guess we can see here just a quick 27 was 45,000 words, right? That's a goal for day 27, and we hit that yesterday. That's all fine and dandy. 28 is 46,667, and we are at 46,700. So we're above 28 day marker, which is, you know, which is true, but we're way more than that. And I was going through it, and I was like, I gotta miscounted somewhere, and I ran through all of these, and I counted all of them again, and it just there didn't seem to be a problem with the markers. Of course, I didn't actually want to recount every one of these markers, so I didn't do that. But I've already done that once and made changes. And then it hit me. What if I miscounted one of the days, or multiple of the days? Because we're definitely more than, like we said, one word count, average word count for these 39 lines is 300 and just below 65, right? That's the average word count per page. We're at page 128, so there should be a big and easy way. Oh, I forgot to have the link actually. There we go. So there should be an easy way to show that we are, if I miscounted or not. Because like I said, we're almost an entire page, you can see that. We're almost an entire page ahead of day 27, day 28 marker, the day 28 marker. But according to this paper here, this document, we're only like 100 words. That's like a third of a page. A little over a third, a little less than a third of a page. So, like I said, there is an easy way to see if we've miscounted somewhere along the line, somewhere in one of the days. And that is to take this formula and plot in 127 days, 28 pages, and then count the extra lines, which I've done here, and that's 21 lines, 128 pages and 21 lines. And look at that. It goes to 46,890. I've miscounted somewhere. I've actually miscounted somewhere. That makes much more sense because that's what? That's over 200 words. That's definitely over 200 words. So that's 2/3 of a page basically. I've miscounted somewhere and that annoys the F out of me. Bookie's Corner writes is here. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the chat. Sorry that you come in like right at a rant of my own. And I didn't actually, I don't know how to count apparently. I don't know how to count. That's the problem. And I've missed something somewhere around here. So that's just weird. And I've actually missed almost 200 words. Well, 150. Somewhere. Let's I mean, we gotta up the we gotta up the progress now. The progress bar. Whoa, what did I do there? I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna put that there. And there we are. So that's the right one. And I don't actually know how much progress we did yesterday then, but whatever. That's going to be the new one. Whoops, I forgot. Bookish Corner writes, that's painful. Have a good stream though. Thank you so much, Bookish Corner writes. And it's wonderful to have you drop by. But I will just update my progress from yesterday to the correct number. That is much more reasonable, much more true. I knew I was bad at math, but I didn't know I was that bad. I thought I could count. I gotta say, I thought I could count. But with that out of the way, I believe that it is time to. Well, that actually means that we should update. We need to update the progress bars as well. So let's just do that real quick. Edit transform. Oh well, it's not a lot. It's just 3 pixels. Okay. And for this one, it is also 3 pixels. Great. Okay, now everything is fine and dandy. And I'm happy with it. And I hope you guys are happy with it. We're still way above where we're supposed to be. So why don't we just get right back into it now that my rant is over of my own problem. I'm just gonna 0008. I was tired and missed count. Oh my god, the missed count. I can't believe that. Anyway, we are down in the catacombs where Vespa is being mentored to use her spiritual abilities, spiritual magic. And it's going well, surprisingly, for especially Vespa herself. Sorry. Oh my god. I went out for a run today as well. And I've just not been myself ever since I got back. Maybe that's why I'm feeling it. I'm feeling so tired. Anyway. Wow. I don't know where my master sort of counting is. But whatever. We're going to begin from here, like I said. Vespa Vespa is learning to use her spiritual abilities, and so she's communicating with Renaith without holding the handle of the Warhammer. And so right now we're in like this place where it works, and she's like standing up, away, and walking away. So he's like forcing her to do better and better, basically, right? as he's telling about Fey folks and spirit bounds. So we go in here. As I was telling, Renaid once again began with much hope in his voice. When the Fey folk of old had found the realm trees they were designated to, they enter into one of several hulls braided from and still attached by smaller branches of the realm trees' groves. Now remove your hand entirely from the Warhammer. Vespa, a little nervous now, did what she was asked. She placed her gauntlet-wearing hand on her knee, just like the other, with furrows now beginning to form as she focused even more, just in case. And in those halls, a newborn will be waiting to meet them. Rene's voice started a little like a whisper. No, actually, it started like a whisper. There's no need to be an A there. Started like a whisper. God damn it, there should be an A, but it was in the wrong place. Started like a whisper. Not an S, god damn it! Oh, things are crumbling down around my head right now. Like a whisper, but slowly became louder and louder. Are you still here? I am, Vespa happily reported with her eyes closed, Lemon tweeting away and cheering her on. Good, very good, Renee stated again. Then let's continue. With the animal of the Fey folk spirit of old and the newborn finally united, there's still something that needs to be done before the two will become spirit bound. I don't actually know if there should be an S in there. Renee held a pause. I want you to stand up now. Vespa was a little surprised by that request. It seemed like a much bigger step than the ones before. But seeing how the other things had worked, Vespa of course wanted to do this one too. She took another deep, cold breath and tried to get up. At first her body wouldn't, but then it finally obeyed, though not without painful protests, all the way until Vespa was on her feet. For a second, Vespa thought it strange. Sure, she had been sitting on her knees for some time now, but the pain and aches were all over. All over her body. Not like that they were done. They were all over. But she couldn't worry too much, as she had to keep her focus. Still with me. Again a little difficult in the beginning, but Vespa soon managed to find Rene's voice again. Yes, it's still working. Working still. I can still hear you, Vespa said, hardly being able to believe it. I was never in doubt, Rene assured before continuing. The first one to enter the branch-braided hall ever since the newborn was put there will be the druid, usually an elder druid, given the importance to complete the ritual of binding. There's no need for that there. How is he going to do that? Vespa blurted out, standing in the catacombs with her eyes closed. Oh, Renaid asked with a humorous surprise in his voice. Asking questions now, are we? I'm sorry, Vespa apologized with a little embarrassment. Don't be, Renaid said, but I will need you to take a step backwards before I continue. Okay, Vespa agreed. Having figured out what the spirit... one second, I need to blow my nose. I don't want you to see that. And we're off. We are very much off what the spirit was doing. Now, the intro today, this rant I had, did take a little longer. Because, well, I was ranting. So we have more we need to catch up now. So we better get started. Having figured out what the spirit was doing. Just like when she had to stand up. Her body seemed unresponsive. Her body seemed like it didn't do what she wanted. Didn't do what she wanted it to. Wanted it to. Didn't you want it to? There's a James here in chat. Hello, your live stream have popped onto my feed a few times. Quite relaxing to watch you write. Well, hello James, and welcome to the stream and the chat. It's good to have you here. And thank you for that compliment. It means a lot that you're enjoying and finding it relaxing to watch me write. That's very nice, very cool. I'll be honest, I don't actually quite know what to do with compliments, but thank you. Probably seemed like it didn't want it. Vespa tried reasoning with it. Vespa tried to reason with it. While still keeping her focus. While still keeping her focus. And in the end, I'm going to make it sound like it's like they made an agreement or something. And in the end, the two agreed to move. I don't know if that's too weird. It might be too weird, but I kind of find it funny. Like, she's so tired, she has to bargain with her own body just to make it move. In the end, the two agreed to move one step. So she took a step. She took the step backwards. She finally took the step backwards. As Rena asked. Rena asked. God damn it, my voice is just all gone today. Is that really from running? I didn't shout or anything. I shouted like, get out of the way! As I was speeding through the streets. Even though it was only a single step, it was only a single step. Vespa suddenly felt as if she had been running all the way to Riverford and back. Running all the way to Riverford and back. If it's as cold as UK where you are, you'll have took in a lot of cold air when running. Oh, I guess that's true. And yeah, I'm in Denmark, so, and it was like 2-3 degrees outside. So that might be the reason. You're right. Completely didn't think about that. Just means we have to warm up our voices. At least we have 5-6 hours to do so. Hopefully we'll have a voice by sometime tonight. Someday. Luckily, she could still hear Rena when she focused on the feeling, the tingling, the warmth, the song. I kind of like that that sort of recappy nature of what that feeling is, the tingling, the warmth, the song. And you know, having called my universe Forgotten Songs universe, just have an opportunity to say song in what I'm writing is yeah, I'm gonna take that any day of the week. I don't know if I need to specify, like, this is the hands, of course. Hands, fingers. And now he's going to say, we're going to see, like up here we had just some of his, how would you say, some of his voice, some of his sentence, some of his talk, some of his speak, but we're going to have all of it here. Are you still here? Renaid asked. From nowhere and everywhere at once. From nowhere. Now I know that we are saying that very much from nowhere and everywhere. All at once. All at once. But one, I think is a kind of a cool way of expressing how the voice is coming. And also, you know, I need the words for NaNoWriMo. James says, good sentence rhythm using rule of 3. Tingling warm song. Yeah, thank you. It feels good to write. It feels good to read. I think it's just that I'm sort of recapping a lot, I guess. But we'll fix it in post. It's all good. Look at how close we are to page 129. Yes, it's still working. It's working. It's working. Vespa said with the yawn. You know, I thought about that she should yawn here as I was writing this. And then I have to yawn myself. Oh my god. Oh. That's so weird. I think I read somewhere that there are only 4 species who react to each other yawning. It's humans, monkeys, apes, you know, it's pretty much the same thing. Dogs and birds. They have the ability to, they tend to yawn if they see one of the other 4 yawning as well. Or someone else yawning. Just I thought that was a fun little tidbit. With a yawn. I don't want to yawn again. She didn't want the spirit to know that she was feeling quite tired. Here we're building up to the end of the chapter. Quite tired. I feel like I have tried to build that up all through at least the last 4 pages or something, if I remember correctly. Just the whole thing that it's very taxing on Vespa's body to keep this connection, mental connection with a spirit that she's not in touching distance with, or with the vessel that they're chained to. And yeah, she's going to become more and more tired as she walks further and further back, and then I think she's going to hit the wall behind her and basically just fall asleep, and then we'll end the chapter there. I think that's a fun way of ending the chapter, but I know it's not as dramatic as her knocking herself out or something, or someone else knocking herself out, she falling down into the catacombs or whatever. But it's still, it's a bit the same, but different, right? It's a bit the same, but different. You can keep going if you want. Maybe I should also actually sit once. I should want to know. Maybe this should be part of her persona. Like, she wants to be tough. That totally makes sense when she's, you know, such a small girl. She's 60 centimeters tall. Yeah, so that could totally make sense, I think. So I just have to check something on the stream. If it was working all right, but it seemed to be doing it. Yes. As you wish. As you wish. It sounded no. Renee said. Let's not go with from, just here the Warhammer. No, not even near her. Not even near Vespa. So what was the last thing he said? He said the yellow druids to complete the ritual of binding. How's he going to do that? I don't know if I want to be too explicit. Because I kind of want it to be a surprise what the ritual of binding actually is. By Vespa accidentally doing it later. But it involves killing both the newborn and the animal. And then bringing them back bound by their spirits. I guess you could say that only the druids in charge of the ritual knows how. Yeah, let's go with that. How the ritual of of binding. Is done. Is a secret only known to those who perform it. I myself and my spirit-bound arteries, my spirit-bound, that's not enough room. Spirit-bound arteries I guess you said we. And of course, he should name Arterit first, not himself. And my spirit-bound arteries were once, druids. Druids 2. And then we want Vespa to annoyingly interrupt him again. And that was the end of page 129. So we're moving on to page 130. Yes. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. So you know the secret to the ritual to bind. Once again, Vespa couldn't. Vespa couldn't something. Once again, Vespa couldn't contain herself and her questions. She did try to stifle a yawn after this one, though. She did try to stifle Isn't that how you write stifle? Stifle A. Oh, only one F. That makes more sense. Okay, can I just say that definition was way more dramatic to stifle than I thought it would be. To make someone unable to breathe properly, stifle, suffocate. God dang. Restrain, a reaction to stop instead of acting on that. That makes a bit more sense. This is wow. Okay. Oh my god. Stifle definition. That can totally be a fun highlight. And 41. Stifle. Definition. But we misspelled it. Stifle. I can say it says stifle a yawn. That doesn't make much sense. You don't see that. It was fine. There was no... I didn't forget to change the scene. No. No. I didn't. I only erased this one, so it doesn't count. It definitely doesn't count. She did try to stifle a yawn. A yawn, though. As she felt another smile from Renate, she felt another smile from the spirit, Boop. That annoys me that I failed to. There are way too many dots. There we go. Much better. That doesn't look stupid at all. She felt another smile from the spirit. A ritual of binding. Damn it. Ritual of binding. He gently corrected. It's been so long since we used the word gently. It feels like corrected. And me. And there are many different druids. And there are many different druids. Many different druids. Of us Fey folk. Take another step back, please. Renate said. Renate and waited. Vespa had to spend a lot of energy. Had to really force herself to take this step back, take the additional step back, step back, but at least her body obeyed immediately. As I was saying, Renee continued. Vespa able to hear everything. Vespa able to hear everything. With no problems. Adanid? No. Read and me were of were druids of the summer cycle. We celebrated life and so a different word for marriage, wedlock, wedding, union. I was thinking union as well. Okay, I actually always wondered what nuptial actually means. Nuptial. I was just okay. Never mind. Union. Courtship. No. Spouse. Wife. I feel like I want a good word for marriage that is nature specific, that is like plant or forest or something. Like that would work in the context of that. But that's, I guess it's something we can always fix in post. We celebrate. No. We celebrated. Celebrated life. And we performed the ritual of union. Our realm trees. Ritual of union. Ritual of union. Now I want you to take 3 steps back. Three steps back. Oh, and mind. So let me just see, it's just, this is where I need maps. I need maps, and I'm going to make maps, but probably in December. But I'm talking about another grave. And I have a mental image. I think I have a mental image of where they should be. So that would be in mind. Hun's tomb. 3 steps. Vespa had trouble still doing 1. Hey, poet of the free verse is here. Welcome to the chat and the stream. 5 more days. Yes, you can do it. Thank you. Thank you for the encouraging words. Also, I just saw that you wrote something else and that didn't show up on my chat here on this screen. Oh, okay, it was... Okay, you missed something. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was set on top chat for some reason. This one here, stupid as it is. Vespa became even more tired just thinking about that. Just thinking about that. But seriously, poet of the three words, that is, thank you for the encouragement, because I am actually starting. I talked a little bit about when I started the stream, but I'm actually starting to feel like, okay, it's getting to me now. I know there's 5 days left. Well, 5 after this day. But yeah, I can definitely feel it. We're powering through because that's the only way, but I can definitely feel, you know, the tiredness. But it's going well so far. It's actually going much better than I thought it would be when I sat down here today. Just thinking about it, actually. So thank you so much for the encouragement. And if you are up for it, when I add it, why not try opening your eyes? Try opening your eyes. James said you've accrued an allowance of 1 or 2 crappy writing days since you're ahead of schedule. Gives a bit of breathing room is needed. That is true. That is true. They are also accrued because, well, I'm definitely not going to be writing a lot Saturday. And I'm not going to be streaming at all there because I have to go back to my parents and celebrate my aunt's birthday on Saturday. And originally, I also didn't think I was going to stream on the Sunday. But then I thought, it's the last day of this challenge. Of course I need to stream on the Sunday. That would be anticlimactic as all hell if I didn't. But you are true. You are right. It's just my own... I have this idea in my head that I really want to do 5 pages at least every time I'm live. And then, you know, it becomes a little bit of fun, like how far can we get the last couple of days? Because I think I'm definitely going to, if I keep this pace, which I want to do, we're going to hit 50,000 tomorrow sometime. Which is awesome and amazing and great. And wow, it's 4 days ahead of schedule. And then we have 3 days, well, 2 days. 3 days if I don't really get to write Saturday, yes. So Thursday, Friday, and Sunday to see how far we can get. That's sort of my plan right now. And you're gonna have a longer stream Sunday to finish it all off. And like have a countdown going until midnight or something. I think that could be really fun. Wanna try opening your eyes? James asks, what are you going to do after the challenge? Continue to do writing streams? Yes. Because I want to finish this and I want to do as much on stream as I can, but I'm probably not going to be doing it every day. The first week of December, I'm definitely not going to do any live streams, I think. But I also want to do a couple of actual videos from like how did it go, 5 things I learned from NaNoWriMo and so on. So I'm going to be focusing on that. But I'm going to continue with the live streams. I'm not entirely sure when in the day I'm going to do it, because as my life is right now, it would actually fit me better to do it in the morning instead of the evening for me. But that's all up for grabs. But yeah, continue doing writing, to do the writing streams. I think I was just talking to one of my good friends about doing map streams. So, because I don't actually have any maps and I need them for the editing as well. I could have used maps for this story. That could be something fun to do as well, I think. Really chill, just sitting there drawing stuff. But yeah, it's definitely my intention to keep doing writing streams, maybe 3 days a week. We'll see, 2 to 3 days a week probably in the future, instead of every day. Unless, and it's not happening, but unless I explode on YouTube, you know, then if I could do this full time, that would be wild. But of course, that's not going to happen. Then we can talk about doing streams every day again. Thumbs up, thank you. I want to try opening your eyes. The nervousness came rushing back. To Vespa. Still standing with her eyes closed. As she had been doing all through this exercise, all through, I don't know, this exercise sounds weird. Exercise. This is definitely weird, and we need a new word here. Word. How could she focus? If her eyes wasn't closed, her eyes weren't closed. I don't know if I can do that. Don't know if I can do that. Vespa said half asking. James says test or trial instead of exercise. That is great words, both of them. Yes. Test. I'm going to add this to the comment. Trial. Thank you. Thank you for that. It's way better than exercise. Rushing back. Well, we'll never know if you don't try. We'll never know. If you don't try. The voice from everywhere. And nowhere sit. We're mixing it up here. We usually go nowhere and everywhere. What a trick. He was right about that. Okay. Vespa agreed. Tentatively, I guess that should have been tentatively. I guess it should have been over here. her brow. Her brow furrowed again. Furrowed. This time deeper than ever. Man, I just realized this is this chapter is just never ending. But that's all right. We just want the words. And she curled both her hands. Gauntlet wearing and not gauntlet spotted. Gauntlet wearing and not. Into tight. In preparation. Should anyone say like whenever you're ready? No, that would be too snarky. A bit too snarky, I think. She had to take take a few deep breaths. In an effort to calm her nerves as much as she could. It didn't help much. Didn't help much, though. As her heart rate had jumped again. Heart rate had jumped again. up, maybe. She so wanted it to work. She so wanted it to work. Everything else had been going great. Everything else had been going great. Vespa grabbed the feeling in her mind. Grabbed the feeling. In her mind. As she whispered. The name of a familiar heroine. Familiar. Just, I don't know if I actually want to write it out. Write it out. Or is it a better way of just, you know, a better way of just like mixing it up. That's what I wanted to say. Just to get as much help, get as much help as she could. And then she opened her eyes. Wide. It didn't take long. It didn't take long. It didn't take long for... Hey, look at how close we are to finishing page 130. For her to... For her eyes to adjust. To adjust after having been closed. Having been closed for what felt like days at this point. According to her own body. According to her own body. the catacombs. We're still only lit. Still dim. I want like another word for dim. Low light levels, bleak, no. Fading to dark, dense, no. Maybe dim is alright. Let's go with dim. We're still dim, but we will comment it and say word. The catacombs were still dim. Only lit by the one torch. On the wall and Vesper's lantern. And Vesper's lantern by Rena's tomb. A couple of steps away. A couple of steps away. Uh-huh. Okay. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. For some reason, I was just thinking about the title of the book that we still haven't settled on. Let's go with And Warhammer here. Lemon greeted her. By hanging down from her crimson locks. From her crimson locks. right in front, right in, damn it, in front of her left eye, her left eye. A loud, let's have that cursive loud tweet. Came echoing through the catacombs and up into the dungeons. Through the catacombs and up into the dungeons. A loud welcoming tweet. Well, I don't actually know if that makes sense to say welcoming. Sense. From the tiny little, from the tiny little yellow ball of fur. Feathers. I was like, there's something wrong there. What the hell? And also, that's the song that Penny has to sing to Sheldon in Big Bang Theory. Whenever he's sick. Whoa. Okay. It's like, is it little ball of fur? Sheldon sick song. Soft kitty. This is a this is of course like a we're going sidetracked here, but whatever, it's fine. And yeah, it's little ball of fur. I was like, it's a yellow ball. That can't be right. No, it's a little ball. We didn't actually find it there, but whatever. I'm going to highlight it, and then oh no, I was almost dropped my ink pen. I didn't though. What a save. 30. Accidental soft kitty. Accidental soft kitty. Big Bang Theory. All right. That was a sidetrack. Let's get back to the real track, to the main track. Yes, hello to you too. Hello to you too. Vespa grinned. as Lemon made his way back up to the top of her head, as Lemon made his way back up to the top of her head, to the top of her head. Where he kept on chirping. Kept on chirping. I'm, or maybe it's, it's not you I'm hoping to talk to right now, sorry. Lemon was offended. That was the end of page 130, which means we're moving on to 131 and we're fanning the ink. All right. It's not you that I was hoping to talk to. She said, trying to look up, she said, looking up without being able to see the bird. Looking up without being able to see Lemon stopped for a moment. Stop talking. For a moment, as if offended. But he quickly began again. I feel like there's a different way of saying that. Began again. Phrasing. Just can't think of it right now. Phrasing. There's so many comments. It's going to be so many comments in this whole smoked. Okay. My eyes are open. My eyes are open. Vesper said. While trying to think of the tingling in her hands. The warmth running through her body. The song to come from everywhere and nowhere. Song to come from nowhere and everywhere. Nowhere. Whoops. And everywhere. Everywhere. But nothing came through. The only thing that Vesper could hear, were the howling winds above. Damn it. The stream below. And lemons. Majestic twerking. Tweeting. Wow. Okay, let's not go there. Let's move along fast and not think about what I just said. That's not going to be a highlight. Chirping is what I wanted to say. Reina 8th. She called out. Two D's in Reina 8th. And that one. Despair quickly filling her voice, quickly filling her voice. Reina 8th Are you still here? Oh, but I'm okay. Let's not. Yeah, okay. I don't know how to spell. B-U and 1 T is the word I'm looking for. But but still no voice. Vespa was just about to close her eyes again. Just about to close her eyes again. In hopes of finding this spirit. In her mind. In the Warhammer and her mind. The Warhammer and her mind. No. There we go. In the Warhammer and her mind. And then he talks. He was just doing something. What could a spirit be doing? A little bit of a comedic moment, I guess. What could a spirit be doing? He's not moving. He doesn't have to pee or anything. He's just sort of gone. Maybe it's because he thought about authortube. Yeah, let's go with that. For now, at least. Oh. Do I have... let's just... that one. And 1 second. I'm just looking for a daily expression. Great cycle common sayings. I don't actually have any common sayings. Okay, so never mind that. Nothing to see there. Should probably figure out a common saying here. Oh, like oh heavens. Oh, sleep of amber. Let's just go with that. Oh, sleep. Oh, and let's sleep of amber. I must apologize. I must apologize. Do we have a better saying? Better saying. it suddenly sounded within Vesper's mind. I suddenly found myself occupied. I suddenly found myself preoccupied. Where were you? Vesper asked. Unable to hide the relief she felt. Unable to hide the relief. I was about to say relief. That she felt. I thought I had failed. I thought I had failed again. When I couldn't hear you. Nowhere. Reina is said. I was still here. I don't know if that makes sense to say nowhere. Since but found myself thinking of the good old days, the good days of old, good days of old. Did I just go from cursive to non-cursive in the same sentence? Oh, damn it. How can we fix this? It's important, okay? But found myself thinking. Of the no the good days of old. Okay, that looks like it says double D of old. No. Oh my god. I don't know how it went that terribly somehow. Suddenly it went that terribly. Mm-hmm. Me, damn it. Me and Dair Dair and our realm tree, world tree, realm tree. But none of that again. None of that anymore. I promise. Are your eyes open? Your eyes opened. He changed his tone and asked. He changed his tone and asked. Vesper took another look around the dimly lit catacombs. Flickering from the two light sources, from the two sources of light, two sources of light. She almost couldn't believe. She almost couldn't actually believe it, but she heard the spirit loud and clear. And clear in her mind still. Yes, and I. I can still hear you. She declared if her body wasn't so tired, Whisper would have jumped off joy. But she had to make do. It is not okay. Make do is correct in today's English, not do. Interesting. We learn something new every day. To make do with a smile. A smile. Can you still hear me? Which he can, of course, because he apologized up here somewhere. Yeah, here. But she doesn't think about that. Look how close, like a third of a page left, and we're done with page 131. Sweet! You hear me? Whisper asked. Whisper asked. to close her wide open eyes. Her wide open. Okay. Close wide open eyes again. Let's go again here. Of course I can. Of course. Renate answered. Oof. Answered. I actually caught myself not writing the word that I just said. As the Vespa, let's lampshade it as the Vespa fell a smile in the voice. As she realized that he had already answered her. Had already declared, already showed he could hear her. That he could hear her shown, had already shown. And felt some of her embarrassment coming back, some of her embarrassment coming back. Good thing the spirit couldn't see. Good thing that the spirit was unable to see her cheeks getting redder. Getting redder. That somehow doesn't feel like an English word. Getting redder. Yawning. Actually, I'm just gonna need a quick bathroom break. Be right back, guys. And we're back. Felt getting redder. He was so embarrassed. And did you take 3 steps backwards? Did you take the 3? This is an E. Everyone can see that. Backwards. Like I asked. That Vespa had not. She had been over the moon. Been so overjoyed. It had also worked. To open her eyes. To open her eyes. That she had completely forgotten the original request. Completely forgotten the original ask. Completely forgotten, not forgetting. Forgotten the original ask. But her confidence told her that it was the least of her worries. I'm not sure about this whole sentence. I don't know, it's a bit weird. Weird sentence. James says her confidence told her is fine, but the whole paragraph reads a bit off. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. We'll fix it in post. That's why I did the comment thing. But yeah, thank you for the feedback. It actually do means a lot to her to get a little bit feedback on it. So that's very cool. But I'm still going to continue this little off paragraph. Actually, yeah, let's comment the whole paragraph when it's done. Actually, I wanted to make a comma, which she expressed with by saying no, but I'll do that right now. I'll do that right now. Right. Okay, so we go here, Weird. That's my best comment. Weird. No explanation. It's just weird. And then I'll wait. Then I'll wait before continuing. Reina is replied. James says I usually get a gut feeling in my own writing about a word, sentence, paragraph, even if I can't immediately identify what needs to change. Sometimes it leaps out on the second pass. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. And I'm also, of course, quite aware that one, this is a first draft, so it doesn't actually matter that much, and two, I'm doing this challenge, so there's no reason to get hung up on stuff like that. But that's why I'm doing I'm writing the comments within graphite pencil. Just so I have like, when we do the edit, when we do the second pass, I'm just gonna be like, oh, okay, that I needed to give it that an extra look, right? While Vespa was feeling very confident now. Her body did not. And it took a good deal of aching protests. To move those 3 steps. I also feel like I mentioned earlier that like it felt like running to just move 1 step. Maybe this should feel like running, so like we just change it up a little bit. Feel like running to Riverford. Another thumbs up from James. Thank you. Okay. Vesper huffed again. Hardly able to talk between her breaths. Between her breaths. And that was page 131. Let's go. Oh yes. We are keeping up with our usual writing pace, I think. 1, 3, 2. Let's fan it out a little bit. It's very, very good. And we have a couple more minutes before I'm going to take my food break. Yeah. Okay. Dot, dot, dot. You can... You... More heavy breathing. More... I don't know if this needs to be in the same sentence. Heavy breathing. Repeat. Repeat. And actually, let's not do that. So like that. More heavy breathing. I'm ready. Vesper proclaimed. Renaith did not. He didn't notice. He did not. Maybe it just did notice. Did notice her current state. Maybe that's also a bit strange. Phrasing. Are you sure? That you can go on we can always try again another day. No, I'm ready. Vesper replied. Though when she Closed her eye to blink. Closed her eyes to blink. She closed her eyes to blink. She thought they suddenly became very heavy. Thought they suddenly became very heavy. Very heavy. Please continue. I want to hear more. I want to hear more. I see. As you wish. Rina. And actually, I'm going to have my food break now. So I'll be back in like 15 minutes. And yeah, I'll see you guys then. Enjoy Danger Part 4. Oh, haha, there you are. The old woman was back to warm and cheerful laughter. Come in, little flower. No need to be shy. You must be hungry. The little girl took a step inside, but Parthisax stopped her with his hand. What are you doing here? He asked, having finally regained some composure. And how did you get here so quickly? Don't worry about how I got here. Though it was awfully nice of you to settle down in a cottage right next to the river. And why am I here? I figured that the two of you could use a good warm meal before your journey. We don't have time for that, Parthisax interjected. Besides, the old woman said as if she didn't hear him, I can help with the little girl's powers. The dinner went by quietly. Both Parthisax and the little girl were exceedingly hungry from a long and eventful day. Parthisax himself hadn't eaten anything since the sun had dawned. He figured it was the same case with the little girl. In fact, their impressive appetite was only matched by that of the old woman, but luckily she had found enough ingredients in the small home for plenty to go around. Normally Parthisax would have objected to this overuse of his resources, but these were special circumstances after all. After dinner, the old woman and the little girl kept talking by the table as Parthisax walked around the cottage. He put supplies for that journey into a wicker basket intended to go on the back. A journey he wasn't even sure where it would take them, much less how long it would last. Having found and packed something to eat and drink, his coin reserve, a few extra tablets, and a handful of freshly bloomed fire blossoms, Parthisax was only missing one thing. And not just any one thing, it seemed, since he thoroughly started searching every nook and cranny for it. Do you know what it means to be brave, little flower? The old woman asked the little girl with the long matted white hair, who was just now finishing the last of her meal. The little girl looked at the old woman and shook her head in small, slow movements without a word. Oh, but I think you do, the old woman responded with her happy and warm eyes of different colors. And if you want a little help, I have something to give you. Would you like to see it? The little girl nodded this time, still slowly and wordless, but her eyes were now filled with anticipation. The old woman took out what looked to be a small bottle from a pocket in her black vest. Inside the bottle, a tiny flame burned from thin air, much like those in the fireplace. This is the courage of the flame, the old woman said, or a small part of it at least. Whoever holds it will not be afraid of that which they do not know, nor will they turn away in the face of peril. Would you like to hold it? The little girl's white eyes grew large, and her mouth followed suit. She slowly held out her hands and fixated on nothing else than the small bottle with the tiny flame. Oh, no, no, little flower. Courage goes into the heart. The old woman popped the small cork and poured the flame into her right hand. A wrinkly hand tattooed with strange symbols and what looked to be depictions of fires that licked up her old wrist and under the sleeve of her robe. In the middle of her palm was another tattoo of a flowering water lily, and as the tiny flame from the bottles sank into the petals, they lit up. A moment after, the orange-tinged light traveled to the old woman's gnarled index finger, which looked to make the little girl's mouth open up even more, as if that was possible. "May I?" the old woman asked, to which the little girl nodded in astonishment of the lit-up fingertip. The old woman pressed her finger on the little girl's shirt atop the heart, after which the light seemed to travel to the little girl's chest before disappearing. "Wonderful! Can you feel it? You now hold some of the courage of the flame, and you must promise me to take good care of it." The little girl had some trouble getting her thoughts into words. I feel it. It feels warm." "Good. That's what bravery is supposed to feel like," the old woman responded with a distinct smile. "It felt warm, but—" "There it is," Parthisax proclaimed loudly, having found his book under the humble bedding in one of the corners of the small home. "I was afraid I had lost this one." "Is that a book? Can you teach me to read?" the little girl asked with a manner that was much more confident than she had been all day. "Of course it is a book, yes," Parthisax answered rather harshly, "but not one for little human whelplings to see. You should focus on getting ready to leave instead of indulging that old woman in her magical trickery." The little girl immediately lost some of her newfound sparkle as she sank down on the bench by the table. Parthisax promptly felt bad and opened his mouth to apologize. "Where are your manners?" the old woman reprimanded before the dragon managed to form a word. "It wouldn't kill your lizard brain to be more considerate of the poor girl." An insult like that was not something Parthisax usually left unchallenged, but in this case it seemed fair. The old woman continued still before anything could slip his tongue. "What were you about to say, little flower?" It looked like the little girl was uncertain about what she was going to say. "I felt the fire courage," she finally gained enough composure to say, "but my tummy still feels bad." "Are you hungry? Do you want some more food?" "No," the little girl replied with very little hesitation. "Thank you, it was the best food I can remember." "Oh, you're most welcome, little flower. When did your stomach start hurting?" The little girl gave that question a few more thoughts. Parthisax packed his book into the wicker basket, and afterwards he packed it again. "I remember telling Mama before she said goodnight to me and she went to work. She always works both night and day ever since we lost Daddy. Then Mama told me I was just hungry. But it hurt again, even after Mommy gave me bread when I woke up. And then it went away. And then it came back when... She also complained about her stomach just before we arrived here," Parthisax interjected, and then quickly looked back into the basket. "That doesn't sound good, now does it?" the old woman said in a comforting voice. "Do you mind if I take a look, little flower?" Was the only sound the little girl produced as she stood up from the table bench. "Lift up your shirt," the old woman told the little girl as she rolled up her temple robe sleeve, this time on her left arm, revealing another series of intricate tattoos on the aged skin. "Oh, sleeves can be so annoying sometimes." The newly revealed tattoos on the old woman's arm seemed to be depicting water and waves amongst more strange symbols. The symbols looked to be signs or letters of some kind, but not of the human language that Parthisax had come to learn. Even though he was done, the dragon continued to feign his packing. The old woman laid the inside of both her arms and hands together and, after a brief moment, withdrew the right one. Parthisax noticed another tattoo, this one of large leaves in the middle of the old woman's left palm, with a long stem ending in what looked to be a root down at her elbow. Then a small ball of water started swirling from nothing on top of the large leaves. Moving her hand in choreographed gestures, the old woman expertly controlled the expanding water until the leaf-tattooed hand was completely enveloped. When moving her fingers, the water naturally stuck to the old woman as if it was a perfectly fitted glove. Parthisax, who couldn't take his eyes off what was happening, didn't notice that his own hands were only packing thin air. "This might feel a little cold," the old woman said, to which the little girl responded with an apprehensive nod. The old woman placed her water-covered hand on the little girl's stomach and started to move it around in circles, making the water rhythmically swirl as she performed the monotonous motion. "Oh, the old woman laughed rather enthusiastically. as her expression turned from focus and concern to surprise. Is something the matter? Parthisax asked, unable to fake indifference anymore. Nothing is wrong, I assure you, the old woman said as she removed her hand from the little girl's exposed stomach. The water slowly disappeared into the nothing where it had come from. Are you sure? We cannot afford to slow down once we get going, Parthisax remarked, suddenly feeling that he had overplayed his hand by showing too much interest in the little human girl, and tried to correct it. Yes, I'm sure. In fact, it should be celebrated when a girl blooms and enters into adulthood. The old woman gave the little girl another warm smile while placing a hand on her cheek. Parthisax looked just as confused, if not more, as the little girl. You know, for someone as old and knowledgeable as you, not much water flows under your bridge from time to time, the old woman said to the dragon. I believe that our little flower has bled for the first time. Oh, it still took Parthisax a good few seconds to realize what the old woman was saying. Oh, he had heard of females amongst humans, elves and other species going through such cycles when they matured enough to carry their eggless whelplings. However, Parthisax didn't have much more experience than that. Does that mean that she... It does, the old woman answered Parthisax's question without him needing to find the last parts of it. But isn't she a little young? How old are you, little flower? The little girl thought for a moment or two before answering. Mama said we should celebrate my 10th spring before she gave me a bun. It was warm and I liked it because we never get warm buns. Thank you, the old woman said and turned back to Parthisax. She's certainly a little young, but it's different for everyone. Now, go and find some strips of fresh linen to take with you on your journey. We want our little flower to be as comfortable as possible during this time, and fresh linen is a start if nothing else. Still a little uneasy, but happy enough to not have to ask more questions on the bizarreness of human anatomy and reproduction, Parthisax obliged and went back into his small storage to look. Parthisax came back with a big stack of linen strips, just as the old woman seemed to have finished instructing the little girl on what to do for future occurrences. He had been unsure of how much he needed, so he had torn up 3 newly washed tablets of different colors. Parthisax debated with himself for a moment whether or not he should be included in the topic at hand, but decided that it was a much too private matter. Besides, he wouldn't be able to contribute much anyway. The ways of dragon procreation seemed infinitely much simpler. We should leave if she's ready, he said. You talked about being able to help us on our journey. That I agree to. It is time for the 2 of you to get going and for me to leave. The old woman gave the little girl another smile before standing up and facing the dragon. You wouldn't happen to have any more apples, would you? Parthisax was more than taken by surprise as the old woman walked past him and into the small storage room. Oh, how wonderful! The words were exclaimed from the other side of the room, and out came the old woman with a red apple already in her mouth and another one in her hand. There were just 2 left. I assume you don't mind. No, but we really must get going, and if all you can do is help eating apples and making the stew, the old woman winked at the little girl who responded by trying to hide a giggle behind her hands. And making the stew, Parthisax corrected himself rather annoyed. I think we will be going now. But I also know of a place not far from here that the 2 of you should seek out. If it is to show us how to eat apples, we already know. Parthisax rarely attempted humor, but he still looked to the little girl to see her reaction. There was none. No, I'm sure you already got that covered, the old woman answered dryly. I'm talking about a place where the equilibrium is still practiced. The equilibrium? Yes, it was our faith before the teachings of the 5 pillars came burning through these lands. Parthisax was stunned. The humans have another religion. He had only ever seen them practicing their 5 pillars. How come I have never heard of this religion? The equilibrium celebrates balance in all things. The river flowing outside was once a central part of a flourishing civilization, people seeking to live a life in absolute harmony. Yes, but I asked, when the teachings of the 5 pillars came, the old woman continued, ignoring Parthisax in the process, we didn't think much of it, and welcomed another way of living. But as they gained followers and their influence rapidly grew, They started branding those in tune with the elements of water and fire as heretics. Then came the Templars and their blessed crusade. Yo, I'm back. And I managed to chow through my dinner in those 15 minutes. That was great. Of course, if you want, you can read Danger, that you just heard, and Calamity, and Fly up on my webpage, forgottensongspanish.com, or you can hear me watch the rest of Danger, all of it, on that YouTube channel. YouTube video. All right. Let's bring back some music, shall we? While I'll just make myself a cup of tea. And then we'll get right back at it. I can feel the end of the chapter coming up. It only took, what, 16, 18 pages now. We started on page 114, I believe. Yeah, there is chapter 10 start. 114. So, I still cannot believe that it's literally every time, not literally, it's basically every time that I say, this is going to be a short chapter, this is going to be a short story, whatever, and then it just blows up. I have too much that I want to get out there. Which I guess is a pretty good luxury problem to have, right? Let me just check over here. All right. So where were we? Renaith said and did so where he left off. Did so where he left off. Oop. Where did he leave off? We actually wrote a whole page where he didn't say anything, really. Summer cycle. We celebrated life and we performed our Realm Tree's ritual of union. Okay. Okay. When it comes to spirit bounds. No. Cursive, thank you. When it comes to spirit bounds, it is the druid's of the spring cycle. Spring cycle. That almost is side. I just think I need a specific name. Or maybe like a coherent name for all of it. Who performs the ritual of binding. Sorry, I just got occupied by tea. Cheers. They enter the braided hall. And after reappearing again, reappearing again. The druids now have a Newborn, Fae, Folk. Spirit bonded. Spirit bonded. To their companion animal. Companion. Animal. Animal. In their arms. There was another pause. Another pause before Renaith. Renaith asked. I feel like we need to end the chapter now. It has been going on for much longer than it was supposed to. It's probably all right, but how far are you from the catacombs wall? Catacombs. Vespa looked behind her. Lemon still on top. Top of her head. Still on top of her head. Tripping away. Tripping away. Not too far, I think. Do you want me to go all the way to it? Oh, it's getting cold in Denmark. And it's getting real cold here in my badly insulated apartment. Good thing I have tea, nice and warm. Do you want me to go on the way to it? I do. The answer from the Warhammer's spirit. Warhammer. Confirmed. Even though it seems so far away to Vespa. Even though it seems so far away to Vespa. We gotta be close to, yeah, day 29. It is on the very next page. Oh yeah. And then tomorrow we will hit 50,000 words. Mind blown. I just randomly thought about how the next chapters should open, which I was actually a little worried of that I couldn't think of a good opening. I think I found it now. All right, so we can definitely just stop stalling this chapter and move on. The wall. Looking at the wall again. Past the tomb of Xing. Hun. On the floor. Vespa. Suddenly felt like it was much further away, much further away. Now that she actually had to walk there, now that she actually had to walk there. James asked, is the novel going to end at 50k words, or will you carry on a bit if necessary? It is definitely not going to end at 50k words, I'll tell you that much. I think we talked about it yesterday, but I was a little worried when I started that if I would even be able to do 50k words with the story that I had come up with. I'm of course following what's called the hero's journey for story structure, and it has these segments that a good story has to go through, right? It's more like, as they say in Pirates, it's more like guidelines and actual rules. But like I said, we are going to hit 50k tomorrow, and then I'll just continue until we're done with the story. We are at chapter 10, and I am at what is called Test Allies and Enemies in the hero's journey. And there's going to be a couple of more chapters with this segment, and then we have 6 more segments to go. Approach to the inmost cave, the ordeal, the reward, the road back, the resurrection. The resurrection is where the climax of the story happens. Return with the elixir, which is the, the hero has won, and the world can continue. The new world can continue, and then there's an epilogue coming. So I definitely have much more to do, but I do think that I am like a little over 2/3 into the story, because I think these are going to be fairly quick. So I am going to continue, and that's yeah, I had wondered based on the video description. Yeah, it's a little, I guess it's a little clickbaity, right? But it's mostly the NaNoWriMo challenge, which just states 50,000 words as a book. So sorry for the clickbait, but it did get you in here, right? So I think it's going to be like 65-70,000 words when we're done. That's my hope. I really wanna, and it can probably be done in the post in the editing, but I really wanna go no more than 70,000 words, because I heard this rule for like, I don't even know if this book here is good enough to be published, right? Or if it will be in a good enough state to be published, but I hope and dream it will be. But I heard somewhere that editors or publishers, they rarely publish anything from new authors that are below 50,000 words or above 70,000 words. Because you're just not an established name to be able to carry more. Again, it's a guideline. It's just like, but I feel like it's a good place to end up. James says, same for my own novel. I'm about the same word count as you, aiming for 70-ish. Yeah, I read the same about the sweet spot for debut authors. Sweet. I think the first Harry Potter book, which I'm very much trying to lean on, that is 70,000 words. 70,000. Just about. And another children's book that I really adore, which is The Brothers Lionheart, is about 60,000 words. So, so I will keep going, and it'll be chill, it'll be fun, and it'll be streamed, almost all of it. So I do hope that you want to stay and maybe write alongside. It's cool to know that you're also making your own novel. I sort of could read that from your other replies, but it's nice to have it confirmed. What are you writing? Is that also fantasy or a different genre? And are you doing the NaNoWriMo as well, by the way? Or are you just writing for fun? Which I am too, but challenging fun, right? Looking at the one again, suddenly felt much more. She took a long blink. That's a weird sentence. With her heavy eyelids. Long blink. That is freaking weird. The whole sentence is actually weird. A sentence. James says he's not strictly following Nano, but did write a lot so far this month. I'm writing a Gothic historical novel. Interesting. That sounds pretty cool. So like, is your story taking place in like old London or something? Old Gothic London? If there was such a time period, I guess there must have been such a time period. And exhaled until there wasn't any more air in her lungs, any more air in her lungs. Up north, about Yorkshire, late Victorian. Yeah, that's what it's called, right? That's cool. And it's nice to know that you're also on the same, just about the same word count. How has it been going so far? I guess you said you weren't strictly doing NaNoWriMo, but how is your November going so far? Have you written a lot more in November, or have you actually kept a nice pace throughout the year? I don't actually know when you started, so that's why I said year. With a deep cold breath, I feel like there's no I in exhaled, so I'm going to remove that. Vesper spent what felt like the very last of her strength. And slowly managed to move. Slowly managed to move the last few remaining steps to the wall. To the wall. James says, I think I was hovering around 20k words for most of the year. Had other commitments, yeah, word of course. You actually had a life. But probably wrote 25k plus in November. Got into a good routine writing a chapter every other day or so. Nice. That is so good to hear. Well done. I applaud you. It feels so good to get into that routine, right? To find it and just feel like you're having good progress. That's amazing to hear. Wonderful. And I feel like now that we've written this much, like the end is in sight, right? You could sort of see your way to the end. Like, okay, I still have a couple of things that I need ironed out before it actually makes sense. And I need to do that before stream tomorrow, I think. But when I started this, when I was prepping in September and October, I was just like, how the actual F is... Am I ever going to do a book? James says, definitely. And to see the story on the page after being in the mind so long, it's such a great feeling. It's such a... I don't know, you're probably not writing by hand as I am, because I might be the only person in the universe who's stupid enough to do that. But can I just tell you that just the physicality of having a book that is... I've talked about it already on stream, but the physicality of having a book that is just like filled out with words, it's just... it feels so good. It feels so good. As the chill sweat began streaming down her face, Vespa finally reached. The black stone wall. Lit up by the torch. Torch above her. Flickering torch above her. As she turned around to lean up against the wall, to lean up against the wall. Lemon departed. Back to his. Back to his shelf spot. Next to the torch. Fluffing up immediately as he landed. To gain some heat. I'm Vespa closed her eyes without opening them up again. Them up again. Hey, we're close to the end of page 132. Oh yes. and tried to get her breathing under control. Her breathing under control. Under control, breathing back under control. Did I not say back? Say back? Probably didn't. She couldn't help but smile though. Couldn't help but smile though. Mostly because she knew that she couldn't get further away. Hey, couldn't and couldn't. That is, of course, unless, of course, unless unless Reina would ask her to go. Reina would ask her to go into the adjacent room. Would ask her to go. The adjacent. But she wasn't going to tell him that. But she wasn't going to tell him that. I'm here. Continue. Please. Vespa's eyelids was still not coming up. Vespa's eyelids. That's one word. were still not coming up. But then again, she didn't actually try. Then again, she didn't actually try. As she slid down to the floor, back and head still leaning against the wall, against the suddenly very comfortable wall. Suddenly very comfortable, very comfortable wall. Yeah, she's falling asleep quickly at that. Oh no, what the hell was that? My tea bag just made the little, I don't know what this is called. The little, I don't know. It just did an acrobatic flip and landed right into my tea. Thank you for that, tea bag. Renaith waited a little while before he spoke. Very. Did I just say very with a W? Very. Very well. When a druid of the spring cycle emerges from the braided That was page 132, and we move on to 133. Sweet. Fanning it. There we have day 29 in sight. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Braided hull. pulse along the realm tree's root. Roots. From these roots, there is much celebration. If the druids only do this ritual in spring, does that mean that no babies are born the rest of the year? Vespa asks, still with her eyes shut. With her eyes shut. Her breath and heart rate and heart were, let's not go with rate again. Her breath and heart were starting to settle. I see that you are still here. Still here. Renate asked, where else would I be? Nowhere. Nowhere and everywhere. I can feel it, guys. I can feel the end to the chapter coming up. Mm-hmm. Never mind. Never mind. It's correct. If Vespa had been more aware, as she was sitting there, eyes closed, back against the wall, eyes closed, her head resting on the wall, her head resting against the wall. She might have picked up on the slight smirk in Reina's voice. Reina is I'm just gonna move this a little bit out of the way. In the days after the newborn The newborn is named. It would be nice to have like a different way of saying this named word. According to their revealed spirit bound. And the two may even take on similarities. Yes, jeez. Nailed it. Saved it. Similarity. Damn it! There was not a T. I didn't save it. Similarity. Yes. That's a T. There we go. Oh, both physical and of the mind, both. No, physical is not with an F. Physical. And of their minds. From each other. That sounds nice. Vesper said, thinking about let's get this back. Day 29, we are over 4 days ahead again. Let's go. Let's very go. What she would like. Like from Lemon. If they were spirit bound. Like these faithful. She would probably want some of his beautiful yellow color. Maybe in her hair, in her hair. That's a little, maybe a bit of foreshadowing right there. It's just something that I came up with right now. But it could definitely be something, since they're going to be spirit bonded at the end of this book. I think I want them to have a little bit, you know, of this similarity in looks. So I think I want her hair to be a little yellow, maybe yellow streaks, or like it could go from yellow down here. She's going to have, at least at some point, a shoulder long hair. So yellow down here and then gradient into the crimson red that she already is. Also to, you know, show a bit of a sunset in her hair. So a little bit of foreshadowing here. It's funny that I just came up with it. It's actually quite nice. 350. Foreshadowing. Book 2. Hair color. Of course, I have no idea what type of hair, what type of thing Lemon should change, but we'll get to that. We'll cross that road when we get to it. Vesper didn't think about anything else. Before falling fast asleep. Warhammer. The second son. As it was named. As this feels very... Oh, remember the name of the Warhammer. It was named... Too on the nose. Question mark. The second son, as it was named. Shook and hummed. For a time. Over on Renaith's tomb. then it stopped. Then it stopped. Boom! That was the end of chapter 10. That did take very much more, very many more pages than I expected. What, that was 18 and a half page? And I thought it was going to be like 6 or 7. What the hell? What on earth? So we go to chapter 11. Boom. XI. Okay, so chapter 11. Chapter 11. Actual chapter 11. We are still going to be in test allies and enemies. We're going to introduce more paladins, minor characters. We're going to introduce them as their role as advisors into the other kingdoms. It's not going to be a lot, it's just a little bit of world building, right? Then we are going to introduce the Templars. Maybe I want Vesper to interrupt 2 paladins, Sire Harold and the new one, talking in the courtyard, because she wants to convince Sire Harold that he needs to listen to her, right? Yeah, they're going to talk about Templars and they're becoming more aggressive as the Blessed Crusade has ended. This is quite a big event in the world, in the history of humans in my universe. Then I've written Spirit Attunement and the Fey Folk. That's going to be in the next. That's going to be in the next chapter. So this one might not be as long, and I know I keep saying that. Extra Spirit Attunement, Nature Healing and Spirit Attunement in the next chapter. James made a thumbs up. Thank you. Nature Healing. I need to get these in order. God damn it. There we go. Okay, so time has passed here. The main plot, time has passed. Afire is still not home. Vesper tries to convince people that the threat of the drowners is real. Maybe we introduce Grand Protector Baldric here as well. And then, yeah, we could do that. We could have Vesper saying like she needs to convince that the drowners is real, are real. And then her first thought is that she wants to convince that the plot to assassinate Grand Protector Baldric is something that they need to look into. And then she sees Baldric there and she's like, okay, maybe she chickens out a little bit and just try to tell them that the drowners are real. Of course they don't believe her. And then I'm thinking that there might need to be an attempt at Vesper's life as well. Maybe. But I am going to... I mean, we're not going to get there today, of course. but it's something I need to work on before the stream tomorrow. I will need to take a quick bathroom break. So, yep. I just go like this, and you guys can see that we are indeed in chapter 11, and I'll be right back. I'm back, and now I also re-enabled my microphone so you can hear me. Oh yes, we have done 4 hours of live streaming today, and Blaze Flame is here. Welcome, Blaze Flame. Hello, streamer. He says, it is good to see you for this last about an hour of the stream. Very, very welcome. As you can see, Blaze Flame, I have just finished chapter 8, and we're moving on to chapter 11. Oh, Blaze Flame has just finished 5 hours of editing and finished his chapter 10 as well. Yo, high five. That was a high five through the internet. Both finished chapter 10s, of course. Yours is actually finished, done, and mine is just the first draft, but let's not dwell on the details. Well done. That's cool. That's good to hear. 5 hours of editing, that's also a marathon session. Okay, so we need to I don't want Vesper to wake up in her bed again, because that's going to happen a lot in this story. So let's try to keep that to a minimum, but I still think we can allude to that. Plays says marathon, that's daily life. If you don't want to finish editing in your lifetime, during your lifetime, yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that is indeed true. Yes, let's go on. We have just about a page left to do today, and then we'll see to it then. So I think I want Vesper to walk determined through the courtyard, and then we can say like she had awoken in her bed again. Chapter Peter next to her. So she's been like sleeping for a couple of days now. And with her being asleep for a couple of days, we can also... oh yeah, that's actually something that should be introduced in this chapter. Let's just say we also introduce... Oh. Grand Protector Baldric. And we're going to introduce here the Paladin Ascension Ceremony. Ascension. Wrong. Ascension. There we go. Ascension Ceremony. So we can sort of, with Vesper having been sleeping for a couple of days, we can start saying like the preparations for the Ascension Ceremony has begun. It's not going to be a huge, but that's going to be like the setting for the last showdown. It's going to be this Ascension Ceremony. Blaze Flame says that chapter marker, no offense, is pathetic. Chapters are meant to be milestones. It's just 10. I have a reason for that. I will say I have a reason for that. Normally, I would start. Okay, let's just go with the. First off, my reason for that is because I am not actually able to count every single word. I need to do minimal for the chapters. Because I am using average and math to count my words. So I don't feel right in making it longer, more than just one line. But normally, I would begin the next. Well, I haven't done it yet, but every short story I begin with an illuminated letter. So that's a big marker, and you know, a prettier cover. So I would do something like this, I think, if this was an actual not NaNoWriMo stream, a first draft. I think clever chapter titles using Roman numerals, even italicizing it in normal writing, and you use 10? Well, it is. Well, that's 11. This is chapter 11, so you know. But that's also something that I have been thinking about, if I want to have chapter titles or not. I think maybe I do. You know, chapter titles that say something about the chapter that we're going into, but I also feel like I need to have it written down before I pick that. But yeah, something intriguing for the chapters. But I don't know, maybe. I really like what George R. R. Martin does in The Song of Ice and Fire, where it's the viewpoint of the person that we get, and then if they're taking on another persona, it's that name we get. For example, Arya in Bravos, she has one called Cat of the Canals, for example, or Sansa has chapters with Elaine. So I think that's pretty cool. That's a cool way of doing things. And then they change even afterwards, right? But for now, for NaNoWriMo, it just is going to be like this, so it doesn't mess up the word count too badly, I hope. Yes. Okay, off we go. Vesper walks determined around the courtyard. Following her success down in the catacombs, following catacombs those days ago. She had made up her mind to convince one or more of the paladins about the drowners and their plot. to kill Grand Protector Baldric. Grand Protector. All she had to do was find some Flame says, yeah, chapter titles are meant to be the clickbait for the chapter. My chapter 14 is called Ignition. That gives you a very clear idea that something is gonna ignite either the war or the ships. I view the story as a growing fire, so ignition means the beginning of that fire. Nice. Yeah, exactly. That's something like that I would like to do as well, I think. I think I have one chapter. So at some point Vespa is going to wake up in a lovely sunny field where like the grass is golden. And you know, the chapter title could be Field of Gold. It's like going to be this small chapter, a bit weird, a bit out there. I think a really clever titles could be comedic as well. Oh yeah, I'm 100% up for a little bit of comedy here and there. But it is definitely on my mind. Yeah. Fields of Gold sounds interesting. Yeah, doesn't it? Exactly. And it's going to be like very different, because you're suddenly going to be a totally different place. So I hope that would be kind of cool. But then, of course, I would need all the other titles to also be interesting, descriptive, comedic, whatever. I don't have any of them yet. It was just the prototype title. But the more I think about it, the more I talk and the more I read what you're saying, Flame, I think that might be the way to go, to have these chapter titles. But not for NaNoWriMo. She had awoken in her own bed earlier this morning. Earlier that morning. Chapter Peter was welcoming her sitting next to her cot. As he filled her in with what had happened. With what had happened. When Vespa hadn't showed up for neither the evening nor the evening nor the midnight teachings, capitalized. Midnight teachings. Him and Bragi. And Sire Brendan, but Vespa didn't really believe that. Sire Brendan. Though Vespa didn't really believe that. Blazer says, I have withholding some information to you about the story. Something really important. It's not just one protagonist. It's two separate people. So it's not... It's two people in the same person, in the same... Two persons in the same body, or what? Or is it like a viewpoint from two different people, like you switch between the viewpoints throughout the chapters? Had started searching for her. Venturing down into the dungeon. To the dungeons. Peter realized yeah, okay, two people, two separate main protagonists. It's kind of cool. I think you talked about that yesterday, didn't you? That they are on am I making that up? That they're the two main protagonists are on opposite sides of this space war that you're writing. It allows me to switch between them in perspective. It's an anti-war, but that's not clear. And showing that the enemy is really... The enemy allows you to emphasize both sides. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it does feel... It would feel strange to have a pro-war story. I feel like in general. I do feel that most stories that I hear and read about, like, they're all against war. Like, war is bad, right? I mean, who wouldn't want peace instead of war? Sure, sometimes war comes and you have to defend yourself, but peace is always the better option. Bear with me, my writing has been poured into the book. I'm grammar drained. That's totally fine. It's totally alright. I totally get what you're saying. Vespa might have been and found her sleeping in the catacombs. Catacombs. With a rather desperate Desperate. Damn it. Desperate lemon by her side. So I think he should be able to hear her. Heard lemon. Heard lemon. Yo! If it isn't Joe Cole here. Hey mate, just wanted to check in and the last of your stream. Watch the last of your stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is good to have you here. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Yeah. It is awesome. We're just chilling. Nice and easy chilling. Thank you. Flame says the title is Binary Collision Course. It will be a trilogy. The name is very clear that peace isn't going to come easy either. That's why there are two pains in the there's two other pains in the ass books. Binary Collision Course. That almost sounds like a video game name, I feel like. Also good use of the word binary, because just from the title, you know, okay, this is science fiction, basically. Not that we don't use binary, we use, of course, binary is a thing in our world as well, but I'm immediately brought to the Star Wars theme, Binary Suns, when I read that word. And apparently she had been so tired that she had slept for days. But not anymore. With her steel plate gauntlet. Gauntlet spotted. Steel plate gauntlet. Flame says, I use binary in the definition of two great bodies spinning one another, trapped by gravity. The story is of those two collided, two colossal nations ignited. Yes. Sweet. Hence the names Binary Collision Course, Impact, and Aftermath. It's also a really nice way of telling, like, okay, there are two main protagonists of the story, right? You're binary, you have two of them. That's a very good title. Impact and Aftermath. Oh yeah. Equipped. And a yellow bird attached. Attached, maybe not attached, but whatever. Word. Attached to her shoulder. Vesper was looking. Ladle in the other hand. Yes, the return of the ladle. This, of course, needs to be way more prominent. Way more. I kind of forgot about it, to be honest. Way more prominent. Slowing ladle, on the other hand. For a paladin. But strangely enough, given how Black River's Keep was one of the Order's 5 castles. The Order's strongholds. Let's go with strongholds for now. Strongholds. Comment saying castle maybe. She seemed to have trouble finding anyone. She seemed to have trouble finding any. Affair was still not back. Still not back. But Vesper didn't really dwell on that fact. Dwell on that fact. Bonk. Okay, if I also I think I need to comment here. Oh, whoops. This whole paragraph is a bit strange. Definitely something that we need to. Whoops. Something that we need to. To rewrite, I think. Let me just pour myself some hot water. I don't really fancy tea anymore, so this cheers in hot water. Okay. Joe Collas, can you elaborate a bit on the decision to write in hand? I definitely can. So it started with an interview I read with an author who I will not name because he was quite disgraced within the last year. But he did have a really good point. He said that he wrote by hand the first draft because it makes you think about the words more when you write. And I know of a few, at least one study that determined that you actually remember more when you write in hand because you have to, you know, actually write the letters and make these shapes and so on, instead of just pressing a button and it shows up. So it makes you remember better, it makes you think a bit more about what you're writing. I'm not saying that I don't make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. But yeah, that's 2 reasons. And then the third reason was my own, which really works well, because I love to have the physicality of a book. And honestly, going through a book like this and just seeing all these words written down, it makes me so happy and it makes me so proud, even though it's ramblings, most of them, I'm sure. But yeah, the physicality of having something that can be put on a shelf and you can like take out and start to read, that's a great feeling. And sure, it is more tedious, it takes more work, but I also found that when I start to digitizing it, when I start putting it into the computer, I'm already doing the first revision. I'm already correcting mistakes, correcting grammar, changing things up. So sure, it's a bit more work, but it's cool. And I like writing with a fountain pen, with an ink pen. That's I don't know, there's just something really nice about it. Joe Cole says, makes sense actually, thank you. Faceblame says, it's very unique, it feels natural, writing in pen just slows you down and makes it faster. By not allowing you to make major changes and delete it, it keeps it bad, which is good. The first draft shouldn't be judged like the final edit, it forces you to like it. Yeah, that's a good point as well, yeah, it forces you to be bad. I like that. And major mistakes are so ingrained into your mind that you can plan to change it. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So there are a lot of pros to it. There are a lot of cons as well. Like, when I can remember a name, or I know I just said that you remember better, but if I can remember what they said or something earlier, it's way harder to find than just typing Control F, find in document, and then what you want. But pros and cons. I really like it. I really like the physicality of it. So yeah. So that's very nice. Well, I can barely read my own handwriting, says Joe. But both of you make great points. Works well for the stream as well. Yeah, I was about to say that I actually quite like this view here. I don't know, there's a bit of craft to it that I find quite nice. So that's sweet. And thank you for that compliment. And I would say that that the more you write, the better your handwriting gets. But I found that I sometimes feel like my handwriting is getting worse. my cursive writing though, that's getting better the more I do it. So that's cool. But my normal writing is getting worse for some reason. I don't know, it's probably not, but it just feels a little funny, a little funky. That is that is a catastrophic failure. Handwriting is meant to be unreadable to everybody else and clear to you. I guess that's true. Because we didn't really dwell on that fact. Suddenly, I feel like suddenly it's a crutch. It's becoming once again a crutch word. Crutch. Just be aware of it. Suddenly, Vespa saw some. Standing by the what? This is where we need a map. The southeastern gate. We have northwestern already. Eastern gate. That's an N, not a U. And that was page 133. We're moving on to page 140. No, not 44. 34. Flays Flame is saying, let me just write this and then we can move on. Flays Flame is saying, in my handwriting, my F just turned into a lower T, which so many in my life complain about, and my A's look like U's sometimes. My A's look like U's as well. If for some reason I tend to, okay, I don't think I can find one now, but I tend to not close my A's properly for some reason. So yeah, A, U, and N can sometimes look quite alike for me. And V's and R's, that's especially, they're especially bad, I think. The sentence still works without suddenly. It doesn't need to convey the suddenness. It doesn't need to convey that suddenness. The words are enough. Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah, I guess you're right. Remove. I'm just gonna note it down. Thank you for that. By the southeastern gate, and that southeastern gate, of course, probably needs to have a name, an actual name, and not just where it is. Maybe we just stop the boink. Just put a full stop there by the southeastern gate. The three were standing just within the keep walls. As it looks like one of them had just arrived. Had just arrived. His squire was already on his way to the stables. Way to the stables. With their horses. Blaze Flame says, the moment I purge suddenly and bottlenecked all of the suddens, I have like 6 in the entire story now. The story flow so much more naturally. I feel like also learning when, not, and to use just commas and not and or as, while was pretty beneficial. Semi-commas should be used more to connect close sentences without periods. The semicolons is funny, right? Because it doesn't actually... There's technically not a real use for them, but writers love them. I love to use them, like you said, to connect them more. But I think grammar-wise they're a bit superfluous. But what you said there about purging suddenly, those words, that's what I meant with the crutch word, a crutch phrase. It does disrupt the flow, and sometimes I feel like it's just a word where I come across it, and then I'm like, okay, this is a perfect word for this situation, and then I just start using it a lot. Hey, Miri is here. Hello, how are you doing today? We're doing quite well. We just had a discussion about semicolons and suddenlies. Yeah, so semicolons for when you kind of want to break, but it should still be connected to what comes next. Yeah, sort of like that. You could use a comma, or you could use an actual colon, but there's just something about the semicolon that just makes it more, I don't know, better. But yes, exactly, Joe. It is like that, and I keep using it all the time, and it's apparently very much a fiction writer's thing to do. So it just means we're in the right field. How are you doing, Miri? Good to see you here. If the paragraphs are getting too long, Blaze Flame says, putting a semicolon where it fits is really helpful. Yeah. It can also be like, and so she did this, semicolon, and then what happened when she did that. Well, so I'm learning, this is awesome. Well, that's not. I mean, hopefully you learn from Blaze Flame. He seemed to know what he's talking about, but I'm terrible with grammar. Terrible. So I wouldn't learn from me. But I'm going to use a semicolon right now. Actually, getting closer. Getting closer. Oops. Vespa didn't recognize. Everyone can see that says closer, so I'm not gonna change it. didn't recognize the new paladin. But there was no doubt that he was one. That's a T. There was no doubt. That he was one. Semicolon, boom! See, this could be a colon anyway, or it could be a comma, so why not combine them into a semicolon? It just looks good. Miri says, I'm good. I had to drive 2.5 hours one way to this morning. Oh, to go see a cancer doctor for my mother. Oh no, I hope she's all right. Spending 5 hours in the car gave me time to think about what my next chapter. So I'm gonna try to write a bit. Sounds good. Good use of the time. I do hope your mother is all right. That's scary. It's really scary. He wore the light blue, yes, the light blue, sky blue, I think. See, this is what I talked about. And now I can't look it up, and I don't remember where in the book I described the cloaks. So this is one of the cons of writing by hand. Or the sky blue. Yeah. Of the vigorous oath, both. And his full steel-plated armor. Steel-plated armor. Armor was had the slight blue shimmer. Of the blessed water. Covering it. Covering the steel. Mira says she's good for now. She's in remission, but it can come back very easily. So we saw a doctor about a liver transplant. Oh, okay. Well, it's good to hear that she's in remission. Please wish her the best from here. That is very, very, very scary. So I feel for you. Flame said something really interesting that I noticed about the Sherlock books is that the author uses -2 dashes to explain details that don't fit in a normal sentence. That's interesting. He walked to Green Forest, his shoes were red, and the sky had an eldritch god emerging. Oh, it was in peace, he thought. Much in the walk. Yeah, interesting. That is cool. That is interesting. Yeah, you're welcome, Miri. Of course. But it's funny because that's just I don't remember the name. interposed sentence, right? So it could as well have been commas, but I can also see why not using commas actually helps the readability of a long sentence. But it's funny to see different styles, and especially one that's so old. I don't see much use in it, says Flame. But ever since then, I just occasionally use it. Yeah, just, you know, just sprinkle a little bit of that in here and there. It's a good way of doing it. The blue shimmer covering the steel. He was tall. No. Much taller than Sir Sire Harold. Much taller than Sire Harold. Who she did recognize. Who she did recognize from his short gray hair. Whom she did. I think it's whom. Joe says, just wrote this yesterday, kind of using it the same way. In a giant hangar in the outskirts of Nikan, the great city of the... Yeah, okay. Of the Techniacans. Jarvi stood, awaiting the commander's return from the battlefield. And that works. Just sentences or details that don't flow in the paragraph. That's cool. Yes, but there, Joe, that's exactly how you use the hyphens, the dashes. And it does provide some... I can see the value in it. I don't know what my voice just did there, but let's not dwell on that. Gray hair and clearly less muscular. Clearly less muscular. Build. With blonde shoulder long hair. And a more brownish beard. A more brownish beard. I think I definitely need to take a look at this sentence again, because I don't know, I sort of lost myself in it. Rephrase. Yeah, Joe's saying great to hear. Yeah, I feel like I used it to convey extra details to the reader. Exactly. Flame says, chapter 10 is complete. I'm through one of the worst experiences writing the beginning chapters. Miri said, that's good. I know I was stuck more on the early chapters too. Flame comments work and flow much more naturally, but if something just sticks out so much, it's time to pull out the extra effort and use dashes, hyphens. Maybe I should sprinkle a hyphen in and here and there sometime. Vesper decided to go straight for Sire Harold. Being the one who trains all the squires, new and old. He had to be the one taking her seriously. To take her seriously. When she brought up a new threat. Brought up this new thread. Flame, are your chapters really long? How many pages is it usually? And maybe ask mine his, but I suppose yours as well would be pretty informing. They are not very long. Some of them are longer than I expected. The first couple of ones were like, well, this is another book, but they were like 7 handwritten pages, I think the prologue was, and then the first 3 chapters something was like 8, 9, 10-ish handwritten pages. And then it sort of blew up to like 25 for a couple of pages, a couple of chapters. Chapter 10 that we just finished ended up being almost 18 and a half handwritten pages. So I don't think they're very long. I'm not even sure they're long. I mean, I just sort of ended when I felt like it came naturally. But it was funny that chapter 10, I think I mentioned it on this live stream as well, but when I started it on page 114, I was like, this is going to be a small montage-y chapter. It's going to take like 6 or 7 pages max, and then it ends up being 18 and a half where we started chapter 11. Placement says, because he's at chapter 10, but he has 20,000 extra words than mine. I think that just confirms how the page count exponentially grows as the story progresses. Okay, mine I keep shorter personally. My longest is 11 pages, but average is 6. Okay. I'm reading Gods of the Weirdwood right now, which is a cool book. And the writer there does this interesting thing. Between each chapter, there's a smaller chapter that is a flashback to the main character's past, but it changes viewpoint as well. So like the normal chapters are third person, and there's 2 different viewpoints. There's one main protagonist and one additional protagonist. And then these in between chapters, it's suddenly in the first person, which is really interesting, and they can be like half a page long. So it creates this really unique flow that's not really a flow because it sort of interrupts the chapters, but it's very, very interesting. Facecam says, then again, mine is much more refined, edited, less nonsense, no offense, and more to the point. Yeah, 100%. I'm pretty sure that I ramble quite a lot in these, but it is also just because I need to write the words for the challenge, and then I'll take it from there, right? And then I'll fix stuff in post, and I'll hopefully make it much more coherent and interesting, and yeah, interesting. Like that sentence. What an interesting sentence. But that's for first drafts of 4, right? As she got nearer, she and Lemon got nearer, she began to hear their conversation. So this is where we introduce that paladins have a function in the kingdoms. How was the ride from, let's go with Equilisfal, mostly because that's the only other kingdom name that I have. Not too much trouble along the way. I hope. Sire Harold. Oh, I guess this should be Baldric if he's there. Baldric, whatever. The phrase frame says, while editing increases word count, it balances out because the phrase is cut and just replaced with tire replacements. Exactly, I found that as well. Joe asked, do we have any finished products to check out? No, I'm not currently still writing. I'm very much an amateur, striving to write like George R.R. Tolkien at his prime. It's always good to strive for. I mean, he did pretty well, one would say. ask the newcomer. Pretty well, yeah. I think he did pretty well. No, it wasn't too much trouble. Too much trouble. He answered. In a calm yet giddy voice. A couple of, let's go with bandits, but probably have another word for it. Bandits here and there. But they quickly swam away. Swam away. Down the river. And the river should also have a name that we don't have yet. The newcomer laughed. Plaything says, oh yeah, well, insurgent is not really... No, it's not really insurgents, I think. But it's not bandits either. It's just like... There is a word for it that I don't remember, and I don't bother to look it up. Robbers, highway, ruffians, could be, thieves, murderers, killers, barbarians, Vikings, cult members. What's the replacement feeling like? Highwaymen is probably a better word for it. Jason says, started entire careers of all fantasy authors and grew branches into teachings other genre authors to write pretty well. Yeah, Tolkien, he was cool. He was a cool dude. But yeah, it's probably highwaymen or something to those, to that end. Someone living in the forests outside of towns and stealing. Not important. Fix it in post. What is important though is that we're soon at this line here. Soon at the 5th page of the day, where I think we will end the live stream. So let's get those last couple of lines down. And how is the new king? Of Equilis Falquilis. Another voice asked. This one older. and with more grit to it, with more grit to it. Vesper stopped for a moment. Stopped as she realized who the third member of the group was. Who the third member of the group was. Grand Protector Baldric. Grand Protector Baldric was standing on the other side. Other side of Sire Harold. Oops. Sire Harold. His gray, large mustache moving as he spoke. Let's get a paragraph there. Lemon gave Vespa a questioning tweet, as if to ask what. And that, I believe, just make sure that we have written 5 pages. We definitely have. That was the 5 pages of today. And yep, that went quite well. We ended chapter 10 and started chapter 11. And I can spend some time tomorrow before the stream figuring out a bit more on this chapter, where I wanted to go, and if we need to have another kill attempt on Vespa, the main character. Great work, man. Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. But we still have one more thing to do, of course, and I don't have my master sword of counting. Be right back. Bam! The master sword of counting, because we need to count how many pages and lines we have written for today. So let's see how much. So this is like, I can do this, right? Actually, let's just take a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So 21 down. No, actually, that was wrong counting. Wow, okay. 1, 2. I did say I was tired today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 down, and 1 page, 2 page, 3 page, 4 page. So once we hit 39, we have the 5th page. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. So two lines, 5 pages and 2 lines. There we have it. Miri says, nice, I'm glad the story is moving well. You will beat this challenge. I've always had faith in you. Thank you, Miri. Thank you so much. So we go in here. I actually discovered, I talked about it yesterday, but I discovered why my markers weren't correctly placed. They were correctly placed, but I have somewhere along this, I have miscounted 1, maybe more times. So I had written 150 words more than I had counted. So that was pretty stupid. But I fixed that with this one. But we go up here, we take the formula, we put it down on day 25. There's 5 pages and 2 lines. Boom! That is 1843. Very nice. 43 words for today. We take this up here. And then we just check it's the right formula. It's those 2 plus together. Which means we are at 48,733 words. Isn't that cool? And that also means that I am definitely going to hit 50,000 tomorrow, and I won't stop until I hit 50,000 tomorrow. So, whoop whoop, let's celebrate that. And let's go in here. My daily progress is, day 25 progress is 48,733 words out of 50,000. Let's go. And then we will move the progress bar. And we will move it to pixel number 105 from the top. And the jewel, we will also move that. Similarly, to pixel 68 from the top. Oh, wow. All right. That's the celebration we want, Miri. Thank you so much. And yeah. Wow, we are hitting, I want to hit 50,000 words tomorrow, so I hope you guys will tune in for that. And then afterwards, I'll keep going, and we will have a great big stream until midnight here on Sunday, and see how far we can get. But that was it for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for chatting with me. It is amazing as always, and please remember to like this stream or VOD if you're watching it there on YouTube, or maybe even subscribe to me if you haven't already. Joe says I will try to make it tomorrow as well. That will mean the world. Thanks so much for being here. It's awesome. Just want all the people here that we can, right? And I guess there's not much else to say. Then remember that we write our own stories. And see you tomorrow. Bye!